advice on how to get on the air from homes and communities governed by homeowner associations and tenant restrictions. He was also known for hosting informal Monday morning chats on Zoom, open sessions where friends gathered to compare notes and, of course, ask questions. Or, as John wrote on his website, just fun. John was 88. This is Paul, WD9GCO.
The season has been a busy one for public events in southeastern Pennsylvania, and the American Red Cross found itself leaning a little more heavily on assistance from amateur radio operators. Travis Lisk, N3ILS, has those details.
Emergency response and emergency preparedness go hand in hand when it comes to public events. And facing a busy calendar of sports matches, celebrations, and public events throughout the region, Red Cross Southeastern Pennsylvania disaster operators reached out to even more local hams than ever. Members of the Philadelphia Amateur Radio Emergency Service were, of course, there as always, serving as partners in communication, but the Red Cross extended its call for assistance to other ARES groups. According to a recent blog on the American Red Cross website, the call for help cast an even wider net, and hams from the nearby counties of Delaware, Chester, Montgomery, and Bucks answered that call. The Red Cross and the ARES teams gained additional support from the many amateurs who belong to the Red Cross Disaster Services Technology Team, led by Cliff Hotchkiss, KC3 PGT. This was especially critical on the 22nd of June, when the FIFA World Cup came to the Philadelphia Stadium, and it was true for the 5 matches that followed in that host city. Cliff said that there were concerns that the size of the crowd at the stadium could overload and interrupt cellular communication. As the Red Cross noted in its blog, quote, their mission was simple but important: ensure reliable communications remained available if emergency responders and Red Cross teams needed them, end quote. This is Travis Lisk, N3ILS.
In the world of DX, listen for John, W5JON, operating as V47JA, from St. Kitts, IOTA number NA104 on the 24th through to the 31st of August. John will be using SSB and FT8 on various bands. Mike, N4XTT, will be active as J68TT from St. Lucius, IOTA number NA108 from the 15th through the 21st of August. Operating on 40 through 10 meters, he may also be heard on 80 meters. He plans to operate alongside J69Z at a number of POTUS sites. Henry, OH3JR, and Ann, OH2YL, will be on the air as OJ0JR and OJ0YL. respectively, from Market Reef, IOTA number EU053, from the 15th through the 22nd of August. They will be on 80 meters through 10 meters using CW, SSB, and FT8. Listen for special event station ER35RM celebrating the 35th anniversary of the independence of the Republic of Moldova. Operators are using various modes on the HF bands until the 31st of August. The actual Independence Day is the 27th of August. For QSL information or other operating details for any of these stations, visit QRZ.com. We end this week's newscast by asking, and let's be honest, how often do you update the software on your computer, or even your radio? Well, here's a recent update on some instruments that were installed nearly half a century ago. Kent Peterson, KC0DGY, has our final story.
The upload wasn't simple. The update had to travel 13 billion miles through deep space. When it reached its destination at NASA's Voyager 2, it went to work, deactivating some of the probe's higher-powered scientific instruments and substituting methods that consume less power. NASA said in a statement that conserving power means Voyager 2's instruments can continue operating for another year, if not longer. The probe has been on the job since its launch in 1977. NASA estimates Voyager 2 and its twin Voyager 1 now have about two-thirds of their original reserves of power, which is drawn from radioisotope thermoelectric generators. The software update mission, which NASA calls the Big Bang, isn't quite over yet. Voyager 1 is up next, and it's even farther away from Earth. In fact, in November, it will have traveled the distance of one light day. That means the update will need to travel 16 billion miles, or 26 billion kilometers. And hopefully, it won't need on-site tech support. This is Kent Peterson, KC0D2Y.
With thanks to Amateur Radio Daily, AMSAT Canada, AMSAT News, Bill, PY2BIL, Canadian Space Agency, CNN, David Bihar, K7DB, FCC, Greg Mossop, G0DUB, IARU Region 1, NASA, National Communications Magazine, Popular Science, QRZ.com, Reuters, Scientific America, shortwaveradio.de, Space News, W6NBC.com, Wireless Institute of Australia, and you, our listeners. That's all from the Amateur Radio Newsline. We remind our listeners that Amateur Radio Newsline is an all-volunteer nonprofit organization that incurs expenses for its continued operation. If you wish to support us, please visit our website at arnewsline.org and know that we appreciate you all. We also remind our listeners that if you like our newscasts, please leave us a 5-star rating wherever you subscribe to us. For now, with Karen E. Murray, KD2GUT at the news desk in New York and our news team worldwide, I'm Stephen Kinford, N8WB in Wadsworth, Ohio, saying 73. As always, we thank you for listening. Amateur Radio Newsline is copyright 2026. Amateur Radio Newsline retains ownership of its material even when retransmitted elsewhere. All rights are reserved.
I think it's really cool that we have our own Stefan NAWB on Newsline there periodically. It'd be cool for you to line it up so he could do the net right after his broadcast every time. This is KD8SLG. The Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Club Net is going to start in a little over 12 minutes. All are invited. Stick around. Gary, A8CS, is going to have trivia tonight, and I'm going to be the NCO. There is a NetLogger session open for those of you who like to play along at home. This is KD8SLG. See you all at the top of the hour.
T-O-T-E-N-A. T-O-T-E-N-A. The weekly Serenette, featuring club news, trivia, and check-ins from some of the nicest hams in the universe, starts in 5 minutes.
WNSCI. Some of the nicest hams in the universe.
That's right, Walter. Don't forget it. WNNACI, KDSLG. Hey, Walter.
Yeah, how you doing? Oh, I might stick around a little bit for the net.
All right, buddy. In about 4 minutes, we'll be kicking it off, and it won't be taking check-ins long after that, so stick around. KDSLG.
Get ready for the weekly Serenet starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There's my girl. QST, 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 calling all amateurs to the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Club Net. Right here on the W8WKY repeater in Doylestown, Ohio, 147 Mark 390, positive offset and a PL tone of 114 Mark 8. We meet here every Tuesday night at 8 o'clock local, right after Newsline. Got a few club announcements. We catch up with each other a little bit and make a few jokes. And tonight we have trivia from AA8CS Gary. This is a controlled net. We ask that all traffic pass through net control. Your net control operator this evening is Kilo Delta 8 Sierra Lima Golf KD8 SLG. My personal is Nick. November India Charlie Kilo, just Nick. For the duration of this net, I'll be using the club call of W8WKY. I'll take a couple rounds of in and out check-ins for those who just want to say hi. And we'll take a couple rounds of check-ins for those who want to stick around and play trivia. That's the way it's going to work tonight. I do have a few brief announcements. We've got a meeting this Thursday night. I hope to see a bunch of you there. 7 o'clock at the Wadsworth Eagles area, where we always meet. Of course, some of us will be at Casa Nuestra at 5 o'clock-ish. Come join us for dinner. Saturday, we've got the Ohio QSO party going on. Josh has more details there. I'll give him a call. If not, wwky.org has a bunch of information. September 13th is a family picnic, potluck picnic. Put it on your schedule. Our next meeting after this one is September 17th. October 3rd, we've got the K3LR tour. There's still slots open. October 10th, we're going to have a fox hunt. Jason's going to lead that. And I skipped over October 1st, which is when our next VE session is. I'm going to give Josh a call, see if he's out there. W8HRF, this is KD8SLG. You there, Josh? There's my first nickel on the jar for the evening. Josh must have been detained. All the information about the Ohio QSO party is on the website, w8wky.org. Check it out. Are there any other announcements that anybody wants to make tonight? Brief ones, please. This is your chance. It's W8WKY. I'm listening.
8 Mike Whiskey Sierra, in and out. W8GXX Mole, in and out.
Not taking check-in, guys. I was asking if there are any announcements. I guess there aren't any. Before I start taking check-ins, is there any emergency or priority traffic? Emergency or priority traffic, please call now.
Get my stick.
Jim, the woof hong was last week. I didn't hear any emergency or priority traffic. If there is any during the net, just say break, 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 get my attention. We'll slow things down and see what we can do to help you out. With all that being said, I heard WA8GXX. Tom, I got you. The other station, though, I wasn't even listening, so you in and out, guys. In and outs. This is KD8SLG. I am listening this time.
Whiskey, Bravo 8, Victor, Mike Whiskey. Jim in Barberton. Good morning or good afternoon. November 8, Mike Whiskey Sierra, in and out.
Kilo Bravo 8, Victor, Del Mike. Kilo Echo 8, Juliet, November Hotel, Duggan Rittman, in and out.
Whiskey, November 8, Sierra, Charlie, India, Walter, in Northeast Ohio, and I'll be in and out.
8, Yankee Mike Yankee N8YMY, John, Waynesburg, Ohio. I will be in and out, but listening for a short. 7-3.
November 8, Victor Foxtrot Kilo, N8 VFK. I'll be in and out. Thank you.
Kilo Echo 8, Lima Victor Alpha, Aaron and Worcester.
Kilo 8, Echo Yankee, Dave here in Sparta. We'll be in and out.
Kilo Echo 8, Tango Lima Bravo, KE8 TLB, Randy and Ribbon. Hey everyone, I'll be in and out. 73, God bless. Have a good night. Thanks, Nick. Groovy Cat.
All right, let me grab it there, guys. This is WWKY. Let me tell you who I picked up that round. We got Q5 CFY. Talked to him right beforehand. He's running the net down in Oklahoma. Have fun, Ray. WA8GXX, Tom, I got you in there. Thanks, Tom. WB8VMW, Jim. That was the in and out round. Did you want to say anything to everybody tonight if you're still there and awake?
No, that's all right. I just wanted to listen in here since I don't get on here too often. Nice to hear Randy in the brake truck for a change. And, yeah, I had to get my stick out there once in a while. Alrighty, I'm back on out of here. I got to go in and kiss my cute wife and get in the bed because I need all the beauty sleep I can round up. So 7-3 everybody. Stay safe, stay well, and get on there in the morning. You know, we have a mess in the morning and we love it. WB8 VMW. Have a great net, Nick.
Thanks, Jim. I'll talk to you in the morning. We don't call you the master at arms for nothing, you know. WBAVMW, talk to you in the morning. N8MWS, Pete was in and out. Thanks, Pete. K. B8VHM, I think that's what it was. That's what it sounded like to me. I got you in and out as well. K8JNH, thanks for stopping by, Doug. And W8. At WN8SCI, Walter, good to hear you, buddy. N8YMY, John, thanks for stopping by. Hear you in the morning, I'm sure. N8VFK, Cliff, hope to meet you Thursday night, buddy. K8VLVA, Aaron, good to hear you, man. KC8EEY, Dave, you were a little choppy there, but I remembered your call sign eventually. Got you in and out. And KE8TLB, Randy in the brake truck, you got a special greeting there from Jim. What more could you ask for? Thanks for stopping by, Randy. Let's do another round of in and outs, and then we'll get the party started for real. This is WKY. In and out check-ins, please. All right, seems we cleared the board with that one. If you missed your chance, just say in and out when you check in now, and we'll take care of that. But let's get some regular check-ins in here. Those of you who want to stick around and see what Gary's got up his sleeve for trivia tonight, now's your chance. This is WWQI. I'm listening.
Kilo Alpha 8, Lima Yankee Juliet, KA8 LYJ, Bob in the Magic City.
November Tango, 8 Delta, NT8D Dave Topley.
Foxtrot 8, Delta, Tango, Papa, KF8, GP, Lori, Stark County.
Kilo Echo 8, Victor Oscar X-Ray, KE8, VOX Scott, Vermilion.
Oscar Golf, K4OG, Mark in Copley. Kilo Echo 8, Zulu Romeo, KE8, ZZR, Harry and Wadsworth.
Kilo Echo 8, Yankee Uniform Kilo, Mobile, KE8, YUK.
November 8, Whiskey Romeo, N8WWR, Romy, I'm in Worcester.
Alpha 8, AA8CE, Reagan Shreve. Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Box Sky Change, KE8QFT, Red and Medina.
Let me pick it up there, please, guys. This is WWKY. Had a little mess there at the end. We'll try to clean it up. We got K8LYJ, Bob, you're in there, NT8D Dave, KF6POE, Christian, KF8DTP Lori, KE8UIB John, KE8VOX Scott, K4OG Mark, KE8ZZR Harry, KE8YUK Mobile Miss Lucy, N8WWR Romy, AA8CT Craig, KE8QFT Uncle Fred, and Fred, you buried somebody. Who's that last one I missed? This is WWKY. I'm listening for whoever that was.
Kilo 8, Kilo Charlie Sierra, K8, KCS,
with,
back in Delta.
Right after K4OG, WA8 KOC.
Whiskey 2, Juliet, Lima, Sierra, John W2, JLS.
N8LTR on RF, the way it should be.
KC8YKP, Brian, Shelby.
Kilo Alpha 8, Mike November Tango.
All right, I started talking over you there, Tom, but I got you. All right, I was looking for one there. Hopefully I got it. K8KCS, Zach, you were in there. WA8KOC, Fred, you're on the list. W2JLS, John, I got you in there, my brother from another mother. N8LTR, Bill, KC8YKP, Brian, KA8MNT, Tom, and WO3X. Saw you, John. Last round of check-ins. Last round before we get the trivia from Gary. This is WKY. Go.
All right. KC8, Fox Queen Victor. KC8 FQV.
All right, we got one more there to net now. KC8 FQV. Thanks, Mark. Got you on there. Turn down your TV, please. Let's go to Gary and get tonight's trivia question. That's what we're looking forward to do. I don't know if it's going to be as cool as the Woof Hong question, but we're going to find out. AA8CS, this is KD8SLG. There's another nickel. WWKY. Gary, what's the trivia question tonight? How you doing, buddy?
W8WKY.
Good evening, Sarah and friends. Yeah, doing A-double-peachy okay. Nick, thanks for asking. I don't know if anything is as cool as Wufong, but we're going to continue with a theme that I started the last time I had the question, and here we go. Several weeks ago, our trivia question introduced us to Arthur C. Clarke, the celebrated science fiction author, who did something remarkable in 1945, more than a decade before Sputnik became the first artificial satellite. Clarke described how satellites placed in a special orbit around Earth could someday provide worldwide communications. Not that ham radio operators hadn't been doing that before, but we discovered that Clarke was not merely imagining spaceships and distant worlds. There was considerable science and engineering behind his imagination, and many of the technologies he wrote about eventually became reality.
Tonight we are going a little deeper into Clark's background. Before his famous satellite proposal, and long before 2001, A Space Odyssey made his name familiar around the world, Clark had practical experience with one of World War II's most important new electronic technologies. Tonight's question: before Arthur C. Clarke became world famous as a science fiction author, during World War II, he served in Britain's Royal Air Force, working on what emerging technology? Let me grab a nickel. Your choices are Alpha, sonar, Baker, radar, Charlie, guided missiles, Delta, radio astronomy. I'll repeat the question. Before Arthur C. Clarke became world famous as a science fiction author, during World War II, he served in Britain's Royal Air Force, working with what emerging technology? Your choices are Alpha, sonar, Baker, radar, Charlie, guided missiles, Delta, radio astronomy. There you have it, Nick. Back to net. This is AA8CF.
AA8CS, Gary. Glad you're doing well, and thank you for tonight's trivia question. I already chose my answer. I'm not going to say what it is, but the people on NetLogger can see. All right, man, we've got it going on now. Thank you very much, Gary. Keep pulling that thread. I like it. Let's go to our first victim tonight. KA8LYJ, coming in from the Magic City, Bob. How you doing tonight, Bob? What do you got going on, and what's your answer to tonight's trivia question?
W8WK, this is KA8LYJ. Hello, Nick. Hello, Club. Not much going on. Got an appointment every friggin' day this week. That's annoying. But I was able to snag a nap after one this afternoon anyway, so that helped out. Now I'm slurping on a cold brew coffee, and I think the answer to Gary's question will be Bravo. And with that, I'll turn it back to you. Ida and I are looking forward to being at the meeting Thursday. We will be present. KA8LYJ.
KA8LYJ, W8WKY. Got you down for Bravo. Radar tonight. Looking forward to seeing you. And boy, an afternoon nap sounds nice. Get all those appointments in the same week. Sometimes it works better that way. That's what I think, Bob. We'll see you Thursday. We're going to clear with KA8LYJ. You're listening to the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Club Net. I'm W8WKY tonight, just Nick. And next up we got Dave, NT8D. How you doing, buddy? I saw some pictures of you from the weekend. It was good to see you. Sorry that you didn't see me. How you doing tonight, and what's your answer to the trivia question?
I'm sorry, I did not get to see you also, just Nick. My answer to the trivia question is Bravo. Don't know why, I'm just picking it. I had a great time. Spent time with friends and some other friends there on Saturday. And now I'm spending time with friends down here. Excuse me. But it's fun. Let's see what else. Answer the trivia question. Friday, come down to the Rialto. Come see us play some music with Frank Sinatra singer. Won't be there on Thursday. My apologies. Miss y'all. There was something else on my mind there, Nick, but it's gone. Sorry, my apologies. Best from you and me and Renee. She ordered a study guide to get her license. Looking forward to that. NTAD, back to W8WKY. Nick, put a nickel in the jar for me.
I owe John and Lori a handful of nickels at this point. All right, I'm going to give you a chance to recoup whatever you forgot about, because I got a question for you. I grabbed some photos from the weekend. There's a photo of you and Renee on a bench, and there's an older gentleman sitting there with you on the other side of Renee, and he looks like your dad.
That is my dad. He's 89 years old. And he came up to visit, and he will join us again. He really likes kind of joining into us. As I said, I think I'm going to get Renee to license up. I'm working on that. It's going to happen eventually. But yeah, that's my dad. Some of you guys all know him. Josh was there. He's had some French fries and scooters with my dad. But he's enjoying the group, and it was just a freaking great time on Saturday. Thanks, there, Nick. Sorry you missed it. I missed having you there. Another time, NTAD.
I'm sorry, I missed it too, Dave. Had other stuff going on, and family before Hamley, right? And I'm glad you all had a good time. Gonna miss you Thursday night. Got you down for Bravo. Thanks, Dave. This is WWKY, clear with NTAD. Next up, we've got KF6POE Christian. What did I say about you the other day? He's a nut. That's what I said. How you doing tonight, man? What do you got going on, and what's your answer to tonight's trivia question?
Sorry for the delay there, waiting for Echolink to catch up. W8WKY, this is Kilo Foxtrot 6, Purity of Essence. Nice to hear ya, Nick. Yeah, fun, not longer, learning it, but it's kind of slow going. Not much right now. Got my feet up, watching the sunset, with my cat next to me. One of the cats, so that's nice. My answer to the trivia is Alpha, as in Cornwaldo being sonar, and there we go. Yeah, everyone have a great night. I'm very quiet and chilling out here, so have a good one, y'all. 73, Kilo Foxtrot 6, POE.
All right, Christian, you have fun watching the sunset with the cat there, and we'll catch you in the morning, I imagine. I got you down for Alpha tonight. Thanks for stopping by. Good talking to you, and don't forget, jump in and say hi to us on the Boredom Breaker Net tomorrow afternoon. We're going to clear with KF6POE. Next up, we got the Giggle Twins. We're going to start with Lori tonight, KF8DTP. This is WKY. How are you, Lori, and what's your answer tonight?
W8WKY.
W8WKY from KF8DTP. I'm doing pretty good. Nick, I really want to know, when do I get to collect these nickels that you guys have all been collecting for us? That's probably enough for a new radio for me here. So I'm coughing here. With that, I'm not quite sure of the question. I've read it and reread it, and I still don't know. So I'm just gonna go with D and see where it takes me. Hey, that's life, All right. Oh, yeah, D-Delta, just in case, because John has to recorrect me on everything here. So with that, this is KF8 DTP. I'll hand it back over to you. 7-3, y'all.
KF8DTP is a W8WKY. I got you down for Delta tonight, Delta. And, John knows I would have thrown it back at you and make you say it phonetically anyway, so he saved in exchange. And I got it. The jar is getting full, but you know, Lori, a nickel doesn't go as far as it used to. And I'm pretty sure no matter how full that jar gets, it's going to end up being a Baofeng and not an ICOM. Hand that microphone over to the other half there. KE8UIB, this is W8WKY. We cleared with KF8DTP. Go, John. What do you got? What do your folks got?
W8WKY from KE8UIB. Good evening, Nick, everybody out there on the net. We'll knock out the trivia question first. My mom, my dad, and I are all going to go with B, Bravo, for Baofeng. And, you know, I don't discriminate. We have a whole table full of Baofengs. I can always add an extra one, that's for sure. Lori has a stack of them with her name on them. I have a stack of them with my name on them. There's just still ain't enough. Go figure. And if you buy the minis, you can get two for under $35, so that's still $17 a radio. That ain't too bad. But hey, you know, again, I don't discriminate, so hey, how about that? So, let me see. I once heard a wise ham say, sometimes you got to make the decision between a case of beer or a Baofeng. Well, I guess that shows how much I drink, guys. So with that, this is KE8UIB, and you hear, along with KF8DTP,
we are living that $5 dream, a nickel at a time. 7-3, y'all.
Thanks for the net tonight, Ned.
All right. So I've got you down for 3 Bs tonight. That's a Bravo, 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 or in this case, a Baofeng, Baofeng, and Baofeng. It is pronounced Baofeng. It rhymes with cow dung. Seriously. Ask anyone who speaks Chinese. And that wise guy who told you that, he's a very wise guy. Yes, a Baofeng or a case of beer, sometimes you got to make a choice. And I got a bucket full of Baofengs. No worries. John and Lori, you guys have a great night. We're going to clear with KE8UIB. This is WWKY, and next up, we're going way up North Coast, KE8BOX, W8WKY. How you doing tonight, Scott? What do you got for us, and what's your answer?
Good evening, Nick. Good evening, all listeners. This is KE8VOX Scott up here on the shores of Lake Erie. It's kind of hard to follow that duo of Lori and John there. Definitely a lot more entertaining than what I am. But got that new phone, and it's got me totally baffled. Sending out names that messages. I don't know, something going on. It's smarter than me. But to show you how smart it is, I don't have a clue on the trivia either, so I think I'll just go with C, Charlie. I don't think anyone else has picked that one yet, so that's what I want to go with. C for Charlie. All righty, Nick. I've babbled enough. Hey, thanks for doing that, and thanks for getting me in. W8WKY, KE8VOX, 73, everyone.
KE8VOX, W8WKY. Hold on a second there, Scott, just to make sure. So that was your phone that texted me this afternoon to tell me that you have a new number?
Roger.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's an actual useful part of AI there, because I'm often asking myself, is it artificial intelligence or actual ignorance? Talk to you in the morning, Scott. Have a great night, man, and enjoy your new house. I know you're loving it. We're going to clear with KE8VOX. This is W8WKY. You're listening to the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Club Net. And next up, we've got Mark, K4OG. His minutes should be called seconds. Mark, how you doing tonight, man? What's your answer to this trivia, and what do you got going on?
W8WKY, K8SLG. Good evening, Nick and everyone. Well, I just got back from Ron's, bench testing an IC7000 radio. I like it. It's a cute little booger. It's supposed to be a 100-watt radio, this one, but Wasn't putting out but about 40 or so. So, scratching our heads on that one. May have to send it back. Trivia. That's a good one, Gary. Gosh, I hope it ain't Alpha sonar. Being in the Air Force, but you never know. I'm going to pick Bravo. Probably not right, but that's what I'm picking. 73s, everyone. K4OG, back to net.
So wait a second. That was the 7,000 you got wasn't performing as expected. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, Roger. Now, it's got good ears. It filters well. Even made a QSO with a POTA guy out in Virginia or somewhere. I forgot already, but I got to get in there and log that. But yeah, it's supposed to put out 100 watts, and we could only get out 45 or so. You know, it was less on AM, but it's supposed to put out 100 on FM, and single sideband, well, you'd whistle and holler into it, and I got about 45 watts.
Oh, that's a shame, man. That's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that. All right, you got another one on the way. Maybe that one will be better, right? All right, man, I got you down for Bravo tonight, and yeah, there's a thinking, man. RAF, sonar, or radar? Thanks, Mark. Catch up with you later. We're going to clear with K4OG. Next on the docket, we got Harry, KE8ZZR. This is W8WKY. Harry, I'm sorry I missed you this weekend as well. Looks like you had a good time. What do you got going on, and what's your answer to tonight's trivia question?
W8WKY, this is KE8ZZR. Good evening, Nick, and everybody else that's on the net. Yes, we missed you, Nick. We had a great time, but I understand family first, so you did the right thing. We did have a nice time up there at Fairport Harbor. Josh put together a good team, and everything worked out. We had lots of visitors. I'll let him allude on that. But let me get the trivia question out of the way. I'm going to go B Bravo. B is a boy. So I just want a couple accolades here I stumbled across, and I know you touched a little bit on it earlier, but I think it's pretty proud to be a member of the Sarah team. The other day I was listening to Ham Radio Workbench, and there was Jason on there talking about Allstar, N-A-E-I. He was talking about his involvement with Allstar, and he did a plug for the Silvercreek Club. So I thought that was really, really neat. And then also Stefan, who did the Ham Radio Newsline tonight. So kudos to the Sarah, the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Club. We got some great members there. So with that, Nick, I'll turn it back to you. This is KE8ZZR, and I'll see you guys on Thursday.
W8WKY.
I think I'm blushing a little bit, Harry. But, yeah, you're absolutely right. All of that, okay? I'm part of the way through that podcast. I haven't gotten through there yet, but it's great hearing Jason out there talking about it. And, you know, everybody says I do this with Allstar, and I do that with Allstar, and all I do is press buttons on the dashboard. Jason, NADI, is one of the architects of Allstar. So there. And, yeah, it's really cool hearing one of our members doing Newsline, isn't it? Yeah. We got a presence out there, and you're a part of it. Thanks, Harry. A big part of it. We're going to clear with KE8ZZR. KE8YUK, Miss Lucy was mobile. I didn't catch them in time. They texted me and said they're home already and won't make the net. So thanks for stopping by, Lucy. Sorry I missed you. Give my best to Betty and Whiskey One Lima, and of course to Josh, who did a fine job this weekend. And I'm going to throw in there, it's very comforting to have an event like that go on, and everything went well, and I didn't have to be there. That's a beautiful thing. Josh and Lucy, for listening, have a great night. We're going to clear with KE8YUK. Let's go to Romy, N8WWR. How you doing tonight, Romy? What's up, and what's your answer to tonight's trivia question?
Well, let's get
or the corresponding letter go with my answer of radar, so I can give you the correct phonetics, please.
Oh, Romy, I'm very used to translating answers into the correct letters. It's Bravo tonight. Bravo is radar.
Well, look at that. That's the first thing that came into my head. I don't know nothing about this guy. I mean, I learned tonight that he's a pioneer in satellites and 2001 Space Odyssey, and that's kind of involved with that or whatever. But yeah, smart gentleman over there with the Royal Navy over here, I guess. They said he worked with them, and yeah, I went with radar. The first thing popped in my head, I was thinking, around that time, radar, they're using sonar, get this up and all that too. I don't know, whatever. But let me read that. Funny thing, I heard a baker out here earlier. Somebody said a baker is a phonetic. I'm going to give you the Cleveland Police phonetic for B. Barney. My answer is Barney. So there you go. You got a baker, you can let a Barney fly here. Yeah, Romy, NAWWR. I'm a little bit goofy. I'm in Worcester. I came back in here on Saturday night. Got here about after midnight. Flew into Columbus. Had to take a car up here. So here's the deal. I had some cameras installed in this house this weekend. There was a weekend job, Saturday and Sunday job. The guy who runs the outfit, he's a policeman with him up in Saginaw County. And, something came up. I was supposed to be down here on Wednesday. I couldn't get down here until Saturday night. I have to be here Sunday. I have to be here Sunday, so Dave showed me this fancy, locking server rack that I got in here, and it's got a constant noise now because it's being air-cooled. But, you can show me all the bells and whistles of it, so I have to be here on Sunday. I gotta be here on Sunday. Keep that in mind. Oh, well, I get here Sunday real late, like I said, or Sunday real early, a little bit after 1 or so. I got, it's here 8 o'clock, 7 hours is plenty of sleep. I woke up vastly ill. Both ends, the whole 9 yards. And I didn't really leave the bedroom. I didn't even see my buddy that day. I didn't even see him that day. They just finished it up, and we did a little video kind of deal. And my wife is like, "There's no way you're flying home with me. You don't fly home with me when you're sober, or when you're not ill. When you're not ill." Maybe I'm Freudian slip there, but I haven't had a drink tonight yet. I promise you. Yeah, she doesn't like to fly when I'm not ill, let alone. She said I'm miserable to fly with, so let alone if I'm sick. So she said you got to hang out here a couple days. So yeah. It does sound kind of good there. That couple, that $5 dream for on the nickel budget, they got some melodious tone. Those two, man. They seem like really like to jazz it up. They have a good time together, man. I can go for a beer right now. I got some upstairs. But anyways, I digress a little bit, Nick. I want to thank you for running the net there. And I got a question. Maybe a trivia question in the future. How many cities in Ohio are in 2 counties? I want to know what county Vermilion's in. Is he in Erie County or Lorain County? Because those cities are few and far between in the state of Ohio. Cities just in multiple counties, that's for sure. They're way more common in Illinois, let alone Texas. Texas are all over the place, but Vermilion reminded me of that one. And that's all I got. I'm just rambling. Appreciate you, man. Let me blow the dust off the TICOM. It's a little cheeky, though. It's not. Oh, let me comment on Valve real quick. I'm sorry. You reminded me. You said something about ICOM valving. I get it. That valve thing, you put them on a service monitor, all this, it's garbage. It looks terrible. But I got licensed when I was like 13 years old. I got my first radio at the Maslin Amfest. It was November of 1992. I paid $80 for it. $80 for a 10-way TR2400. That thing put out 1.5 watts, and it has a battery that lasted like 10 minutes, and it weighed about 30 pounds. So you know what I mean? For somebody who's doing the hobby, especially like a kiddo or somebody, or playing on fun, man, I don't see the harm with the valve thing. And, so there you go. All I got. NAWR. Bye.
NAWWR. Far too much for me to unpack there, buddy. I'm not even going to try. But glad you got that thing installed. I got you down for Bravo tonight. catch up with you later on. Bravo is radar, as I recall. Have a good one, man. It was kind of a rough copy from you. Gotta let you know that. Lots of static with you in there. Popcorn. Thanks for stopping by, Rami. Good talking to you. We're going to clear with N8WWR. Let's go down to Shreve and talk to Craig, AA8CT, WKY. How you doing tonight, Craig? What do you got going on, and what's your answer to the trivia question?
W8WKY, good evening, Nick. Apologies for my discretion. That's taken care of. Not going to see the light of electrons probably ever again. But anyway, my answer for the trivia is going to be, I think, Bravo. And as far as my day, it's had to take Diane to the doctor and I mowed grass. I mean, how exciting is that? And I worked out this morning. So there's my whole day for an old guy. Again, I'm going to turn it back to you, to all of the Serenedicins. Look forward to seeing you on Thursday. Have a good evening. God bless, and thank you, Nick, for running the net. Be well, and probably hear you in the morning. This is AA8CT, back to W8WKY. Good evening, all.
Craig, I mowed the grass Saturday afternoon, I think it was, and I can barely tell today. You can almost watch it grow in real time. It's almost futile at this point. And, yeah, I'll be listening for you in the morning. We'll catch up on Thursday. All good, man. We're going to clear with Craig, who answered Bravo, I might add, AA8CT, W8WKY. You're listening to the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Club Net. I'm Nick, W8WKY, and next up we got Uncle Fred, KE8QFT. What's going on, Fred, and what's your answer tonight?
Well, you know, this is a particularly tough question. You know, the first guided missiles, when they first experimented, they had a hard time because, you know, the guy who was actually into things steering it, well, never mind. In any event, I'm going to say Alpha. Just a guess, of course. Guardians are up 7-1. And they're still in the race. Other than that, kid from Medina just shredded the Green Bay Packers last week in the exhibition football game. Other than that, not much to talk about. KE8QFT back to net control.
W8WKY.
KE8QFT, W8WKY. I got you down for Alpha, Fred, and sounds like the Guardians are going to win tonight. That's a good thing. Hopefully I didn't just jinx them. Let's clear with Fred. Go down to Dalton, K8KCS, W8WKY. Sorry I missed you this weekend, Zach. Looked like you were having fun. How you doing tonight, and what's your answer to the trivia question?
W8WKY and the net. Good evening, Nick and everyone else. Yeah, we had a great weekend. Ended up bringing an extra radio just in case for the backup to the backup, and ended up setting it up and doing some digital work. QRP, though, so it was a little slow going, but it was a good time nonetheless. Got to meet some new people and have some great conversations. So anyway, this evening here we were getting ready to freeze some sweet corn, and I was outside trying to check in on the HT, and looks like Fred won that battle, that's for sure. But you got me on the second round. Anyway, we got sweet corn from up in Port Clinton, and it was so good we had to freeze a couple dozen of it. So got that all vacuum sealed up and into the deep freezer, and looking forward to enjoying that later this year. But anyway, I don't have much else, just playing some radio and relaxing the rest of the evening. And we'll answer trivia here with B Bravo for our trivia answer, and we'll send it back to net. This is K8KCS.
hearing from you, and thanks for all your help this weekend, for sure. And sweet corn sounds yummy. I had some last week, and I did enjoy it thoroughly. Because you got some sealed up and ready for later in the year. Thanks, Zach. I got you down for Bravo tonight. We're going to clear with K8KCS. Let's go to Fred, WA8KOC. I'll be talking to him in the morning barometer net, dude. How you doing tonight, Fred? And what's your answer to the trivia question?
WA8WKY, WA8KOC. Good evening, Just Nick. Good to hear you. Nice job. Nicely done for the net this evening. Good trivia question. And my answer for that question will be B, Bravo. And I'm just getting through the net here so I can go back up and spend some time with my darling bride. She made stir fry for us tonight, and it was really grand as I sat here chomping down on it, waiting for my turn. Hopefully you'll have a good evening, the rest of it, everybody else also. And thanks for doing the Club Net tonight. Sincerely appreciated. WA8WKY or KD8SLG as the case may be. WA8KOC 73, everyone.
WA8KOC, WKY. Got you down for Bravo, Fred, and stir fry sounds absolutely fabulous. I went with the frozen pizza tonight. I was completely bereft of culinary creativity. Thanks for being here, man. I'll talk to you in the morning. We're going to clear with WA8KOC. Let's go to my brother from another mother in Fairlawn, W2JRS. This is WKY. What's up, John? And what's your answer tonight?
Whiskey 8 Whiskey Kilo Yankee, a.k.a. KD8SLG. This is W2JLS. Howdy, Nick. Good evening on your ears to you and the listeners. My guess, I'm going to go with my first gut instinct was radar, and kind of leaning towards sonar, but I have to admit I'm pretty ignorant about the history of that technology, so I'll just stick with my gut. If you could do me the service of help me steer the repeater to our friends in Colorado after ClubNet tonight, appreciate it. Kudos to everyone that participated, and especially those that organized the Lighthouse event. I'm sorry I completely blew it. I would love to have been there. Looks like that was a lot of fun, so awesome stuff. Yeah, and the whiskey does have a lot to be proud of. With that, Whiskey Kilo Yankee W2JLS, passing it back.
W2JLS, WKY. Thanks, John. Thank you very much. And sorry we missed you. And I'll get us the Colorado Astronomy Net here linked up after we're done. I'm a little chatty tonight. It may be a few minutes after the start, but we'll get you hooked up there, John. No worries. And I've been listening a little bit every week, and you got your thing going on there, so have at it. Thanks, John. We're going to clear with W2JLS. Let's go talk to Bill. I haven't seen Bill in a minute. N8LTR. This is WKY. You're on the mighty ICOM tonight. How you doing? What have you been up to? And what's your answer to the trivia question, Bill?
Well, good evening, sir. And I'm on my whatever this is, TYT, Chinese Wonder, that ripped off from the ASU FT8900R. But it works, so I'm grateful for that. Anyhow, my answer is, radar. I know he was an engineer. As such, I don't think they would have allowed him to do anything with radio astronomy during the war. It's like, you're working on stuff that matters, boy. Radar or sonar. So I'm going to go with radar. The Brits had sonar already back at the end of World War I. So that technology was kind of developed in the 30s. So that was more advanced than was Radar. Radar was the new kid on the block. So I'm going to go with, like everybody else, with Radar, and we'll call it that. Other than that, been putting my list together for the upcoming Ohio QSO Party event this Saturday. The weather is bears watching, let's put it that way. But couldn't make the Lighthouse event maybe next year. I had a bunch of irons in the fire and previous commitments. So, but the 22nd is clear, so we'll hopefully go with that. And I'm just putting odds and ends together out by the head of the stairs to pack into the truck on Friday. So that's kind of what's going on here, and keeping the whoever makes Band-Aids, I'm keeping them in business after changing oil yesterday. I got Band-Aids on 4 of 8 knuckles, so doing good. Back to you, sir. Have a great wind-up of the net. W8WKY and 8LTR.
LTR, WWQI. I've known a few people who've had good experiences with the 8900 clones from TYT until they don't. So sometimes they just stop on you. But yeah, it's a pretty good alternative. And boy, if I could find one of those original Yaesus that's still working, I'd probably grab one. Weather on Saturday, Josh and I were talking about that today. It does look kind of sketchy now, but we're still a few days out, and those guys miss the mark quite frequently. We get one of those showers that comes and goes, and the rest of the day could be fine. We'll see as we get closer. That's for sure. Hope to see you there, Bill. Get clear with N8LTR. You're listening to the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Club Net. I'm W8WKY, just Nick. And next up, we're going to Shelby. We're going to see what Brian's up to tonight. KCAYKP, this is W8WKY. How you doing tonight, Brian? And what's your answer to the trivia question?
KCAYKP. First of all, I hope I'm making in coming through car running, I think 50 watts on my little beam. If not, I apologize, but we'll give it a shot. I figured since this is Club Net, I would RF. That's just my weird little thing in my head. More of a local field. Not much else to report. A busy weekend I had. Back to reality again. Days are getting shorter, which is not. I'm not a fan of that at all. It's not even 9 yet. It's on dark. Oh well, what can we do about it? For trivia, I have no idea whatsoever. I've been hearing a lot of bravos, so I'm just going to go with that, I guess. That's my most educated guess. There you go. Back to you, KCAYK.
KCAYKP, WWKY. Definitely rough copy on you there, Brian. But I was able to pull out of it that you want Bravo tonight, and the days are definitely getting shorter. And I see you got Echolink hooked up. You can use Echolink. It's all good. We're used to, I'm coming in on Allstar to run the net, so it's all good, man. No worries. All right. Hope to see you tomorrow night on the Beacon Net. Thanks, Brian. We'll catch you later on. KCAYKP, W8WKY. Next up, we got Tom, K8MNT. What's going on, Tom, and what's your answer tonight?
W8WY. No, that ain't right. W8WKY. This is K8MNT. It's late. I'm past my bedtime. Trivia question first. I'm going with Bravo. And I've got no reason. Just going to go with Bravo. And everybody, mark your calendars, November 1st. At the Maps Museum is the Maslin Hamfest. This year we have two main prizes this year. The first one is a ICOM 7300. We had a couple of them last year, I believe. And the next one is an ICOM 7300 MK2. So we got the new, an original and a new one. So we're looking forward to it. Tickets are basically $5, six tickets for $5, and then that goes up in increments of 6 for every $5. So Linda and I may be there Thursday night. I will have tickets available if you're interested. So we hope to be there. So, just remember, mark it on your calendar. Okay, this is K8MNT, back to W8WKY.
November 1st, Maps Hamfest. I love that Hamfest, man. That was the first Trunk Fest after the COVID nightmare. You guys did a great job. I've been in love ever since. Got you down there for Bravo tonight, Tom, and hope to see you Thursday. That'll be great. You and Linda. Give her my best. Catch you later, Tom. K8MNT, this is W8WKY. Next up, we've got John W03X. How you doing tonight, John? What do you got for the net, and what's your answer?
W8WKY, this is W03X. John here in Cuyahoga Falls, doing pretty good. Let's see, I'll do the trivia first. I'm also going to go with Bravo. Now, my plan, I may have mentioned it last week about the W1AW/8 activation in Ohio here, and that I was going to try 160-meter contacts that day. And I was successful, made the 2 contacts that I had planned, and so that worked out great. And then on Thursday, I made the 80-meter contact with the net control of the Sunbelt Service Net, who's in St. Clairsville, Ohio. So those were 3 of the contacts. The activation ended just before this net started here. So Anthony had the total on there, 262 contacts. So that's pretty good. So with that, let's see. Yeah, I said B Bravo. So with that, this is W03X, back to W8WKY.
W03X is W8WKY. Got you down for Bravo tonight, John, and that's a bunch of contacts. You have fun with that, man. We'll catch up with you Sunday afternoon on the 6-meter net. We're going to clear with W03X. Josh has been able to join us. I'd like him to jump in and tell us about the QSO party. W8HRF, this is W8WKY. You out there, Josh? Go.
W8WKY, W8HRF. I'm not getting in, Nick. Hopefully I'm doing okay.
Get a little closer to the mic. You'll be good.
All right. Thanks, Nick. Well, Lane and I just got back from being out at the Big Oak shelter, so tried a couple antenna configurations. So that was pretty cool. But anyways, current plan for Ohio QSO party this weekend. We're going to be at Portage Lakes Big Oak shelter, noon until dusk. we're going to probably have, it looks like, 2 stations set up operating HF. So we'll see what the best bands are, but probably 40 and 20 during the day, or 15 and 20, and then as we get later, maybe we'll switch to 40 and 80. We'll see what happens, what bands work, but yeah, we had a lot of success running 2 NFED half waves on the opposite ends of the clearing, so we can do that. There was no interference, which was great, especially when we were running the bandpass filters. So current plan is dinner at 5. Have some burgers and dogs, and feel free to bring a side if you'd like. Do keep an eye on the website and your email. I know Nick mentioned earlier the weather. We may have to be flexible. QSO party starts at noon and runs till midnight, so we're going to be out till dusk. But keep an eye on your email in case we have to pivot plans. We'll see what we have to do if there's thunder and lightning. So with that, I think that's just about everything. There's no sign-ups or anything for. It'll just be first come, first serve. Walk up to somebody, ask if you can operate the radio, and learn how to operate a contest. So it should be a really good time. So there you go. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. WKY, W8HRF. I'm going to go with radar.
W8HRF, W8WKY. Thanks, Josh. That's great. You guys went out and did that. Took care of some of those issues before we get out there. And fine business, man. Thanks for coming back and doing your bit. Catch up with you later on. Thanks a lot, Josh. This is W8WKY. We're going to clear with W8HRF. KC8FQV, you're my tail gunner, buddy. What's up tonight, Mark? How you doing, and what's your answer to the trivia question?
Nick, KCFQV. I'm going to say Bravo, radar. Yeah, the QSL party is this weekend. Yeah, P-Cars is going to be out at the club site there in Ravenna. They're going to do it from the club site. We're going to be at Portage Lake. I guess it's noon to midnight. Wow. But, yeah, it's going to be a fun time, I guess. Yeah, them rains, them are something. Saturday I went down to Kings Island and pulled into the parking lot about 20 after 12. Put the ticket in, held the card up to the reader to open the gate. Pulled in, went down and parked. And, as a matter of fact, it was lucky. A guy was leaving and said, hey, take this space. So I backed up. I pulled in where he pulled out. And I didn't get out of the car because the rain decided to come in buckets falls. The same way that it did Sunday when I came home. Had to use the little room. I think 97 I got off when I was coming up to 71. Nice and sunny out. Went in, used it, came out. About 2 minutes, the buckets open up again. So you never can tell when that rain wants to come. But yeah, I'm going to say Bravo for the trivia radar. And, oh boy, it is getting close now. The knuckle skin tents driving up 77 coming to an end. I can't wait. I know Dave can't wait. Gary can't wait. Stefan and all. I think W2JLS even goes up that way. He avoids it now, but it's getting close. Matter of fact, grass is growing everywhere. So we'll send it back your way, Nick, and catch you, Thursday at the meeting. It'll be a nicer drive. Not complete, but it'll be a lot nicer, not worrying about bouncing off walls. So back it comes, Nick, KCFQV.
KCFQV, WKY, got you down for Bravo tonight, Mark. Thanks for the ODOT update. I'm going to go with Bravo tonight myself. I think that's the answer that makes sense. I've been talking enough tonight. I'm going to get this over to Gary. He can get us the answer to the trivia question. Then I'll do a last call, see if anybody else is out there and just wants to say hi. But first, let's get Gary in here. Give us to the answer to tonight's trivia question, anything he wants to add. AA8CS, this is W8WKY. Take it away, Gary.
All right, Nick, very good. Most everybody got the trivia question right tonight. The correct answer was a radar. Clark served in the Royal Air Force during World War II and became involved with radar technology. He worked as a radar instructor and with ground-controlled approach radar, which helped controllers guide aircraft during difficult approaches and landings. Sonar was incorrect. Sonar became critically important during World War II, though, especially for detecting submarines, but it was not Clark's RAF specialty. Guided missiles, also incorrect. Guided weapons developed rapidly during the war, but Clark wasn't involved in their development. Radio astronomy, incorrect. Radio astronomy was emerging as a scientific discipline during this era, but Clark did not serve as a radio astronomer. Clark's wartime experience helps explain the man behind that remarkable 1945 satellite proposal, which was the topic of our very first Clark question a few weeks ago. He was not simply a novelist who made a lucky prediction. His RAF service exposed him firsthand to advanced radio and radar systems at a time when electronic technology was progressing at extraordinary speed. He understood what radio waves could accomplish and possessed the imagination to ask what might come next. Soon after the war, Clark combined that technical knowledge with imagination and proposed using satellites to relay communications around the world. 12 years before Sputnik demonstrated that an artificial satellite could even be placed in orbit. That combination of science, engineering, and science fiction is what makes Arthur C. Clarke such a fascinating figure in communications history. All right, there you have it, Nick. That's all I have this evening. Kudos to Josh and his crew for pulling off the Lighthouse event, and I do agree with Harry. Great time to be part of the Sarah Club. AA8CS, back to net. 73 all.
AA8CS, W8WKY, fine business, Gary. Thank you very much. And it is a great time to be a Sarah member. And thank you, Gary. I'm going to clear with AA8CS. I'm going to throw a last call out there, see if anybody wants to jump in here and get their name on the log and say hi. Then I'm going to head down to the WatchNet. Anybody else out there? This is W8WKY. Last call. I'm listening.
W8WKY. This is KF8DGC. Just checking in and saying hello.
Recheck, case gear recheck, Nick.
W8WKY, this is KF8DT8. Jeff, just wanted to say hi. 73.
All right, we picked up two new ones there. KF8GGC, Marianne, thanks for popping in and saying hi. You have a great night. And KF8DTA, Jeff, thank you for stopping by and saying hi. We'll catch you next time, Jeff. KF8, or KC8FQV, this is W8WKY. You got a recheck mark. Make it quick, please.
Yeah, the SIG P-Cars does SIGs on Tuesday night, and that what I had up. They were doing antenna tonight. Special interest groups they do every Tuesday. KSFQV.
Nick, were you able to get me in there?
I don't know who that is. Go ahead, I don't recognize your voice. Sorry.
That's okay. Mike over here in Brunswick, Ohio. November 8, Whiskey Hotel Romeo.
I got you now, Mike. Any WHR or WWJY? You got anything for us? You just saying hi?
Nope, just saying hi. And what frequency were you guys going to go to next, just out of curiosity?
N8WHR, W8WJY. Fancy you should ask. I was just about to announce that. I am heading down to the WatchNet, and that's on the Millersburg repeater, KD8QGQ. That's 146670. Negative offset and a PL tone of 71.9. That is a 146 Mark 670. Negative offset and a tone of 71 Mark 9. That's the Millersburg WatchNet. And KB8PXM does a great job there. QSL, Mike?
Okay, one more time, please. 146.
146 Mark 670. Negative offset, PL tone of 71.9. That's the WatchNet down on the Millersburg repeater, KD8QGQ. Don't forget, we have the barometer net every morning at the ungodly hour of 7 a.m., except for Sundays. Tomorrow, WKOC has the bus, and Thursday and Friday, it's Gary. Tune in there. Tomorrow afternoon, Dustin and I have the boredom breaker net at 1 o'clock, and Nancy, KF5 OZZ, is back for the second hour. That should be exciting. And, of course, we have the Beacon net tomorrow night at 10 o'clock. Early check-in start at 9:30. I want to thank everybody who participated in tonight's Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Club Net. It was a good time. We had a great question, and we'll catch all y'all later on. This is W8WKY returning the frequency and the call sign to customary amateur use. KD8SLG, I'm clear.
KD8SLG, this is N8FQP.
FQP. KD8SLG. What's up, Ted?
W8WKY.
Yeah, I tried to check in a little earlier, and for some reason I must have got doubled up. But I wanted to just to check in and give you a number. But I thought I'd try and catch you before you took off for the other net. I may try and catch you on that net as well. But I'll let you go. I know you're in a hurry. N8FQP clear. Thanks for the contact.
Sorry I missed you earlier, Ted, but I'm glad I got you now. N8FQP, KD8SLG. Thanks, Ted. Did you have another question? Because it sounded like you had something on your mind.
No, I just wanted to catch you. I know you were in a hurry to get going, and I just wanted to catch you and give you a number and say hi, and maybe I'll catch you a little later on. N8FQP, I'll be clear.
All right, Ted, you have a great night, man. Thank you. N8FQP, KD8SLG, and W2JOS, I'll be linking you all up now.
Japanese
W8WKY.
the south in the morning sky before sunrise. Sirius moves from the constellation of Taurus into Gemini, shining at magnitude 8.9. So get up there, get it in the early morning before sunrise, an hour or so. That gives some of these dimmer planets a little chance to get higher in the sky where they're a little bit brighter and easier to spot.
W8WKY.
And we got Pluto. Pluto is rising about 7 p.m. in the evening this week. Pluto can be spotted to the south around midnight, definitely after the moon sets. Pluto is in the constellation of Capricornus, shining at magnitude 15.1. As always, good luck at spotting Neptune, Sirius, and Pluto. A large telescope and dark skies will be needed. Neptune you can easily see with an 8-inch scope. Pluto, 12 to 15-inch telescope, and lots of patience to spot that one. Sirius, an 8 to 10-inch scope, you may be able to spot that with a little bit more patience with dark skies, for sure. Meteor showers. We are in the midst of a couple of meteor showers. 2 of them have just peaked. We had the northern Delta Aquarids meteor shower extends from July 16th to September 10th. Maximum occurred back on August 13th. The hourly rates reached a high of 10. So there may be a few of those stragglers around. We did have the Perseus meteor shower, generally visible between July 23rd and August 22nd. The maximum occurs on August 12th, 13th. Hourly rate typically reaches 80, although some years have been as low as 4 and as high as 200. The meteors tend to be very fast, possess an average magnitude of 2.3, and leave persistent trains. Unfortunately, here in Denver, I had medical issues that I needed to take care of on both of those nights, on the 12th, 13th, and it was cloudy the morning of the 13th and 14th and 15th as well, and haven't gotten out there to see any of them, but I would love to hear those observation reports from those of you who may have gotten out to see some of the Perseus this past week. And wrapping up, comets. We got comet 10P Temple. Temple 2 is shining around 7th magnitude, passing through the constellation of Aquarius and Pisces Austrinus. Comet Temple 2 rises in the late evening and is best viewed around midnight. Temple 2 reached perihelion on the 2nd, making it easy to observe through binoculars or a small telescope. Look for outbursts a week or two after perihelion, so there may still be some outbursts with that. It's going to be low towards the south for that one, and you may have to wait until, like I said, midnight. So after the moon sets, the moon is setting about just about 10:40 p.m. tonight. So anytime after that, you can start looking for these dimmer objects, and that will not hinder your viewing of the dimmer objects. And that's it for the local astronomical news. This is KI0AR Net Control for the Colorado Astronomy Net. Okay, I'm just seeing who else is on here. We got Eric KR4AFB, thanks for checking in over on YouTube, so thanks for that. I'm looking over on NetLogger. I don't see any other new check-ins over there just yet. I haven't taken any calls over the air. I'm almost scared to. Hopefully everybody is listening in tonight. K0BIT, thanks for checking in over on YouTube tonight. Let's see, Craig, we got you on the list. Let's see, is that a new call? I think it may be. Nope, you've checked in before, so thanks for that, Craig. Appreciate you checking in over on YouTube. Yeah, we've had some issues on Skyhub tonight. Let's see, Don, you're still out there. Check in for sure. All right. Let's see. Short answer, tried to say amateur radio. Okay, let's see. A lot of astrophotography. Good. Another astrophotographer checked in, so that's Don, W3WIN. And his son is 11-inch Celestron, so cool with that. And yes, that is M13 in the background, one of my favorites. There you go. All right, Tara, I forgot to ask you. You're over on YouTube, but you said you also checked in. Tell us a little bit about your background interest in astronomy. KF0YKI. If you'd share with us what's your interest, background in astronomy, go ahead, please. Okay, KF0WRI, Mark. Why is that not showing up? Okay. That looks like it's a new call on the list, or it's in the database that is coming up as new. So, Mark, welcome to the Colorado Astronomy Net. You're over on Allstar, so thanks for that. Welcome to the net. My name is Bernice. It's Bravo Uniform Romeo November Echo Sierra Sierra. Appreciate you checking in tonight, and welcome. Tell us a little bit about your background interest in astronomy. Go ahead. All right. I do like to touch base with my first-time check-ins and find out a little bit about your interest and background in astronomy there. We are definitely pressed for time, so quick call to see if I can get people checked in over the air. Anyone wishing to check into tonight's Colorado Astronomy Net, please call with your call sign phonetically twice. This is KI0AR Net Control for the Colorado Astronomy Net. I'm going to go ahead and get into the bulletins for this evening. First off, I'd like to share this particular website with you, www.heavens-above.com. That's www.heavens-above.com. And I recommend this website for ISS passes. Plus a whole lot more. But one thing I like about this particular website is I have posted over on YouTube ISS passes over the Denver area. I do recommend you log in, and you can put in your home coordinates. If you look at the upper right corner, you can see that I'm logged in with my home coordinates there, and you get much better, much more accurate timing, the dates and timings for ISS passes over your local area. I'm looking for a good one. Here's a good one on the morning of August 20th. What I like to do is when I click on one of those particular dates, I can click on it and I get a nice, large star chart of the ISS path over my area. And I see that it kind of starts in the constellation of Pegasus, passes by Cassiopeia, and then heads towards the northeast. This is like 4:43 a.m. in the morning. Decent pass, nearly high overhead, fairly bright as well. But I can take this star chart out at 4:33 or 4:43 in the morning, and not and still be drowsy and not have to worry about if I drop it on the ground that it will break or get lost. It's nice and big. I can make annotations on it. I can take a look at it and see relative to where the stars are, where the ISS is going to pass over. Very convenient, nice. You can put that out on a nice 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper and take that outside with you, as opposed to looking at a little iPhone screen or something like that. Again, that website is www.heavens-above.com, www.heavens-above.com, and that's it for that bulletin. This is KI0AR Net Control for the Colorado Astronomy Net. Okay, hopefully I'm getting copied okay tonight. All right, Mike, thanks for checking in over on YouTube. We'll get you over there. Thanks for that. I'll just... Okay. Just getting my notes taken care of, so thanks for posting. Yeah, definitely. If you don't have a call sign and you're over on YouTube, welcome as well. If you'd post your name and location over there, I'd appreciate it. I can officially welcome you aboard the Colorado Astronomy Net. Do have a bulletin for you this evening. I'm going to kind of go rapid fire tonight. This is from Earth Sky. Give me 5 minutes and I'll give you Saturn. How to see Saturn. In mid-August 2026, Saturn is rising in the middle of the night. Watch for it around midnight. Ascending at the sunrise point in your sky. It'll look like a bright golden star. By dawn, Saturn will be at its highest in your sky. Saturn is the sixth planet outward from the sun and the farthest planet easily visible to the unaided eye. It's also the faintest of the bright planets. You need a telescope to see the planet's rings. But Saturn is also fun to watch with the eye alone. You'll find it shining with a steady light and a creamy golden color. Saturn takes about 30 years to orbit the sun, so it moves more slowly than the other bright planets in front of its stars. The ancient Assyrians called Saturn Lubad Sag Us, often translated as the oldest of the old sheep. It's easy to imagine why if you consider Saturn's slow movement in front of the stars. Because of its nearly 30-year orbit, it takes nearly 30 years to complete one journey across our sky, traveling through all the constellations of the zodiac. It really does seem to amble across the sky like an old sheep. Unlike the other bright planets, Saturn isn't showy to the eye alone. It's the hardest bright planet to recognize, but the moon is a handy tool. Look for Saturn near the moon on August 29th and 30th of 2026, and it'll be near the full moon again on September 27th. And every month it is visible. To find Saturn near the moon every month of the year, except when it is behind the sun. Visit Earth Skies Night Sky Guide. Okay. Saturn, closest, brightest, and opposite the sun. The best time of year to see an outer planet like Saturn are the months around that planet's yearly opposition. That's when Earth is between the sun and the outer world. Planet appears opposite the sun in our sky, rising into view at a convenient hour for viewing. In 2026, Saturn will come to opposition on October 4th. So the months around October are best for viewing the planet this year. Because we're going between Saturn and the sun, then October 4th will feature the ring planet approximately at its closest to Earth. Because it's closest, it'll appear at its brightest in our sky. Saturn is the faintest of the bright planets. It's still pretty bright, but normally you wouldn't pick it out from among the stars. But around September, October, and November, you can view Saturn fairly easily because Saturn will appear as bright as the brightest stars. Since we pass Saturn, the sixth planet outward from the sun, from an inside track around the sun, the ringed planet will look as if it's going backwards or retrograde for a time in front of the fixed stars of the zodiac. 2026, Saturn retrogrades from July 27th until December 11th. That's when it moves westward in front of the stars, in contrast to its regular motion towards the east in front of the stars. When Saturn started its retrograde or westward movement in front of the backdrop stars of the zodiac on July 27th, it was among the stars of Aquarius, the water bearer. By the end of Saturn's retrograde on December 11th, it will lie among the stars of Cetus, the whale. It'll remain in Cetus the rest of 2026. Saturn's yearly opposition happens about 2 weeks later with each passing year. The 2024 opposition happened on September 8th. The 2025 opposition happened on September 21st. And the 2026 opposition will be on October 4th. And next year, opposition for Saturn in 2027 will take place October 18th. So, you see that Saturn, like most objects in the heavens, is really very orderly in its comings and goings in our sky. Once you learn to identify it, you can recognize it from year to year. But how can you recognize it? Like all planets, Saturn is lovely to gaze upon and think about. It's a real place, after all, not just a light in the sky. Plus, Saturn's brightness waxes and wanes in a subtle way throughout every year, making it fun to watch. But how can you recognize Saturn? The best way is to start with the nights when the moon will be passing near. To find out when this will be, you can visit Earth Skies Night Sky Guide. But what if you can't wait for the moon? Here are some tips. Think about the path the sun travels across your sky. That path is called the ecliptic. On Earth sky charts, we nearly always represent that path by a green line. So wherever you are on Earth, look along the sun's path to Saturn. Look along that path for bright light. Saturn may be the faintest of the bright planets, but it's as bright as the brightest stars. Notice the twinkling of the stars. Stars twinkle because they are so far away. Through earthly telescopes, even, unless some special technique is being used, stars look like pinpoints. But Saturn is vastly closer than the stars. Through telescope, it looks like a golden ring-encircled disk. Light waves from one side of that disk cancel out light waves from the other side, so Saturn shines steadily. Watch for its golden color. Yes, Saturn appears golden to the eye, a golden steady light located along the sun's path across the sky. It's likely Saturn. You can see the rings of Saturn if you look with the eye alone. Can you see the rings of Saturn if you look with the eye alone? No. You need a small telescope, but Saturn is still beautiful to the eye once you learn to spot it. You'll find a great source of contentment in recognizing it year after year. Saturn from the southern hemisphere. From the northern hemisphere, the sun's path arcs across the southern sky. But from the southern hemisphere, you will look north rather than south to follow the sun and planets along the ecliptic. How high the sun's path appears to you depends on your latitude and on which part of the ecliptic you're looking for. From Twizel, New Zealand, at about 44 degrees south latitude, different parts of the ecliptic can reach anywhere from about 23 degrees to nearly 70 degrees above the northern horizon as they cross the meridian. Farther north, from Auckland or much of Australia, parts of the ecliptic can climb higher still. As Saturn spends nearly 30 years moving around our sky, it gradually passes through sections of the ecliptic that appear higher or lower in our sky. At its 2026 opposition, Saturn will reach about 44 degrees high from Twizel, 51 degrees from Auckland, and 54 degrees from Sydney, comfortably above the horizon and offering good views through a telescope. So, for much of the southern hemisphere, Saturn will be reasonably high enough above the northern horizon around its October 2026 opposition. It will rise around sunset in the east-northeast, climb across the northern sky, and culminate or reach its highest point due north around midnight before heading towards the west-northwest. Over the decades, Saturn's altitude at opposition gradually changes as it makes its long journey through the zodiac, a planetary cycle you can watch unfold over a lifetime. Where will Saturn be at the last few months of 2026? Saturn is nearly always somewhere in our sky for most of every year. In the second half of 2026, as Earth moves away from Saturn in its orbit, we'll see Saturn shift its location in our evening sky, rising earlier each night. After Saturn's opposition in October 2026, Saturn will appear farther to the west as darkness falls each month thereafter. Finally, in March of 2027, Saturn will disappear in the western twilight after sunset. One last thing for you telescope users. The south side of Saturn's rings are facing the Earth's direction. They'll have a minus 7.5 degree tilt around opposition. Bottom line, now in the best month for viewing Saturn in 2026 it'll be at its best around October 4th when it's closest to Earth and visible all night. And that's it for that bulletin. That is it for the bulletins for this evening. This is KI0AR Net Control for the Colorado Astronomy Network. Okay, that was kind of a long one. That was a little shorter than that. I'm going to go ahead and call on John, W2JLS, for tonight's astronomy history lesson. And John, if I could ask, I'll do a radio check with you and see how that sounds first, and then maybe try to keep it short, under 10 minutes if we can. And we can have some more room for the rocket report in there as well. So, W2JLS, this is KI0AR Net Control for the Colorado Astronomy Net calling.
Hey, Brian, this is W2ALS. How do you make my copy, sir? Am I coming in clearly?
You are coming in clearly. Initially, you broke up a couple of times, but 95% of it we caught.
Okay, well, very good, sir. I suspect that means I'm good to take off with this one. I will acknowledge that I'm broadcasting from the Whiskey 8 Whiskey Kilo Yankee repeater here. I shouldn't say broadcasting, transmitting in Fairlawn, Ohio. Thank you to those folks here in the Sarah Club for letting me plug the repeater into the SkyHub Link network, and thank those folks for hosting your net. It's to join you like this with a headset from my local repeater. And also, I will try to keep it brief. So, also, I'll wave a hand to Ed, who's apparently going to be taking the rocket report after my This Week in Space and Astronomy History segment. So, with that, we'll get into it. Tonight's excursion into the past. I titled this one Above the Clouds and Into the Shadow. This is a tale of an eclipse, a hydrogen balloon, and potentially a familiar character to some of you, Dmitry Mendeleev. So, last Wednesday, millions watched the moon's shadow cross the Arctic, Iceland, Spain, and beyond. NASA chased it with a high-altitude aircraft. Student teams launched scientific balloons to study what the sudden darkness did to the Earth's atmosphere. Remarkable stuff, really, and many excellent videos and images are circulating the internet. If you haven't seen things, go take a look. There was some really great stuff. I saw a lot of neat stuff from Spain. But we've had some excellent opportunities as well here in recent years in the United States. So I'm wondering, for those of you that have gone through this, you recognize preparing for one isn't trivial, and the timing is really important. You don't want to miss it, right? Maybe some of you have even taken a destination vacation off to see totality someplace exotic. I, for one, saw one in Charleston, South Carolina. I think it was 2017-ish, August, and that was amazing. I was out on a boat in Charleston Harbor, quite spectacular. And I know our Burnus KI0AR is planning to see next year's eclipse from Egypt. But imagine you go through all the trouble to prepare for such a thing. Maybe you're awakened to rain, or you show up late, or you're looking for your camera, and you're inside trying to figure out if it's safe to use that lens. Yeah, there's a lot that you could potentially miss. But anyway, tonight we're going to talk about an event that happened 139 years ago tomorrow. we're going to take a look at one scientist adventure and how this went for him.
W8WKY.
On the morning of August 19th, 1887, thousands gathered in a wet field outside of Klin, Russia. That's someplace a little north of Moscow. Before them swayed an enormous yellow-gray balloon named Ruski, or the Russian. Above it were clouds, and beyond the clouds, the moon was about to cover the sun. That day, a man approaching the basket was not just anyone. He was already one of chemistry's most mythic figures in his mid-50s. Dmitry Mendeleev was the man of the hour. You'll recall from chemistry and history, Dmitry Mendeleev had become acclaimed for recognizing the underlying order among the chemical elements, discerning his periodic law and evolving the periodic table that we're all familiar with. And you know, back then, you got to realize that we knew of some elements, but we didn't have any kind of organizational strategy for these things. And Mendeleev was key in kind of putting that story together. Even, you know, elements that hadn't yet been discovered, he kind of predicted. He left holes behind. He predicted things like the properties of gallium, scandium, and germanium before those elements were even known to exist in nature, leaving some spaces in his table for them. By the year 1887, when this eclipse was going down, all three had then been discovered, as he predicted. He had generated his Principles of Chemistry textbook, which had become the defining textbook to the age, particularly in his part of the world. But it's a historic tome to this day. But this guy, Mendeleev, was not just a periodic table man. He investigated gases, solutions, petroleum, fuels, agriculture, ship design, and yes, the atmosphere. He would later help to establish Russia's modern system of weights and measures. He didn't really have boundaries. Again and again, this curiosity carried Mendeleev toward the sky, and weather, he argued, could not be understood from surface stations, so he had this ambition of measuring it, you know, the freely moving ocean of air in the sky. He proposed 15 to 20 research ascents to the Russian government, and even designed a sealed high-altitude gondola, anticipating weather balloons of later ages. So this flight on that morning 139 years ago, this flight was not an impulsive escape from the rain. Most people on the ground, there was nothing they could see. It was rainy that day. So Mendeleev was going to kind of broach the clouds and get up there. He had studied this stuff, though, for something like 12 years, preparing a better understanding of how to engage the sky in this fashion. The Russian government, knowing that he was interested in this earlier that year, had kind of approached him and said, hey, we're going to give you a shot. You can carry your instruments up there and have your look at the atmosphere. He was hoping from the air to sketch the corona, attempt spectroscopic observations, watch the moon's shadow cross the clouds, and measure temperature and pressure, sort of like those kids were doing last week. I mean, at least the latter part of that, right? The balloon then became both an observatory and atmospheric laboratory if things went well. I can say for myself, having experienced a couple of eclipses here on Earth, I, like some of you, know how you know, a lot of preparation could go in to make sure you've got stuff ready. You know, eye protection and the timing, and maybe you've got a telescope and you're going to set up a camera or what have you. So it's a big deal. But clearly none of us were doing it the way this guy was about to. So it's going to spend a couple of minutes here to talk about it. The Ruski came from the Lachambre Balloon Company in Paris. An enormous fabric gas bag coated with gutta percha rubber, held about 22,000 cubic feet of hydrogen. And all of that, you know, to top it off, you couldn't just call the gas company. These guys had to make the hydrogen from scratch on the ground. So you had soldiers pumping pond water into 3 mixing vats, dilute sulfuric acid enter 5 copper generators packed with iron turnings, producing hydrogen and a byproduct of ferrous sulfate. The gas, they were feeding this through a large rubber hose into the balloon. One of the eyewitness observers had recorded that some of the soldiers working on this project were burned by the acid. Their clothes were eroded and such. It was quite a mess. They had started filling the balloon at 11 the previous morning. So this is a long time to fill this giant balloon. But for hour after hour, operation fought the weather. Wind battered the balloon against the ground. So a lot of it was going in, was coming out. It created quite a situation. Drizzle, the rain and moisture in the air had wet the fabric the balloon was made of. It's like imagine like a rubberized fabric. It was wet and heavy and added weight to the balloon, unwanted weight. So not until midnight did the Ruski began to fill as intended. And keep in mind this is like something like 6 the next morning that you're expecting to have to make your ascent. So the crew reportedly consumed nearly twice as much of the balloon's capacity in hydrogen just to get the thing filled. It was not a simple balloon launch. It was like an improvised chemical plant sitting next to a balloon out in a rainy morning. So anyway, shortly before dawn, a web program arrived. At around 6:25, they got the chance of clearing is in sight. So Mendeleev walked through the crowd in a broad hat and a long brown coat and hunting boots. His wife, Anna, had promised him that she would not watch the dangerous ascent. As it turns out, she came anyway and hid amongst the spectators. Lieutenant Alexander Kovenko was a trained aeronaut who was to accompany Mendeleev, climbed into the basket with him, and they tested the valve cord 3 times. Keep in mind, this is a hydrogen balloon, not a hot air balloon, so this was a filled, sealed balloon with hydrogen. So you needed to be able to get the hydrogen in, but ultimately to make your descent, you would need to be able to get it out. So that's what they were doing there, testing that valve cord. But when Mendeleev climbed in, they had the tools and the instruments that he was going to take there. They recognized very quickly that the balloon was not going to get off the ground with all of that weight. They had loosened the retaining ropes, and they found that the system wasn't going to carry both of them. So Mendeleev turns to Kovenko and says, "Hey, I'm going to fly this one alone," and he asked him to step off. Kovenko stepped back to the basket. Mendeleev threw out some of his instruments and a stool and reduced the ballast to 2 sacks and asked for a knife. The second test showed the balloon would rise. He had never piloted a free balloon, so this was a gutsy move, to say the least. They never intended to leave so late either. So here you are, it's like 6:38, the ropes were released. Totality was due to start 2 minutes later at 6:40. So the Ruski balloon rose slowly into the rain. Mendeleev tried to pour out wet sand, but it had clumped inside a sack. He dug it out with his hands, and within a minute the clouds swallowed the balloon. He'd gone up into the clouds, and observers below could no longer see him. So while he was climbing, the balloon slowly rotating, forcing Mendeleev to turn within the little basket to keep the sun in sight. Then for about 10 to 20 seconds, the clouds opened up, and he could see around the black moon what he described as a ring of pure silver color.
W8WKY.
This pure silver color, uneven at its outer edge, near the bottom he thought he saw a red glow of prominence. He reached for an instrument to measure the corona. Before he could make the measurement, another cloud covered the sun. He kept staring toward the hidden eclipse. Then the clouds turned gold. Across the gray deck, he saw the moon's shadow moving like a vast, uneven wave. The return to daylight was almost instantaneous. At 6:55, more than 10 minutes after totality had ended, he made his first notebook entry. He recorded temperature and pressure and then wrote 3 arresting words. Of course, these were written in Russian, but he wrote, "It smelled of gas." Now, pure hydrogen has no odor. He probably detected an impurity of the field-generated hydrogen, sulfurous vapors maybe, or maybe it was the balloon's natural rubber might have an odor. But one thing's for sure, whatever the origin, I'm sure that he was likely experiencing an unsettling feeling while sitting perched beneath more than 20,000 cubic feet of flammable hydrogen. During its descent, the Ruski is believed to have reached roughly 12,500 feet and drifted nearly 62 miles across the countryside. He then had to bring it down. Approaching woods, he held a sack hand against the basket rim, ready to lighten the balloon, and after clearing some trees, he opened the gas valve and called out to a farmer running below. He yelled, again in Russian, I presume, "Hold the rope and I'll wrap it around something." And the farmer seized the trailing rope and was reportedly lifted from his feet. The gentleman was able to secure it to a tree and fasten the balloon. By 9:20 that morning, Dmitry Mendeleev was safely back on Earth. Villagers came running from every direction. One man, struggling to describe what he had just seen, announced that a comet had landed and there was a man sitting on it. The observations were real, but scientifically modest. Mendeleev had seen the corona briefly, failed to measure it, and could not complete the spectral program. With characteristic honesty, he later wrote that the flight had added nothing to our knowledge of the corona. The flight nevertheless had produced some atmospheric observations and got some excitement charged up about meteorological ballooning, which did continue. Now, Ernest, I know you are no novice to eclipses and astronomy for sure. Still, as you prepare for your Egypt trip next year, perhaps carry the lesson from Mendeleev's experience, and I'm sure you've got some of your own. I know for the couple of eclipses I've seen in Equality Way, I've got some stories about timing and such. But I hope you the very best, and I hope that you're ready long before your shadow arrives. And remember that totality offers no pause or rewind, and if you're a few minutes late, the show might be over. So, with that, we'll shut this down here. It was a lot of fun to research this piece of history. As a chemist, I learned in my youth of Mendeleev from a purely chemistry-related context. This was kind of enriching to see him in a different light as a scientist and an adventurer, maybe a little crazy. Beyond his revolutionary contributions of the periodic table, this guy clearly had a special brand of curiosity and adventure in him, and it was fun to learn a little bit. Hope you enjoyed it as well. With that, this is W2JLS John for the Colorado Astronomy Net, wishing you clear skies and good evening on your ears. Now back to Burnus, KI0AR at Mission Control.
All right, this is KI0AR Net Control for the Colorado Astronomy Net. Thanks for that, John. Yeah, some lessons learned and just several experiences on centerline twice, and it poured down rain. The secret is take a large garbage bag so you can cover your equipment so it doesn't get wet, just in case. Let's see, 2 totals, 1 annular. bunch of partials over the years. So, and looking forward to the one in Egypt. 6.5 minutes, nearly 6.5 minutes of totality. One of the longest for quite some time. So looking forward to that. And it was like 4 minutes or so with Ed and I over in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, and only 2 minutes or so up in Wyoming. The annual one out in Utah. But take time to look at the sun in totality. Don't be fiddling around with your camera gear. Let the cameras do, record it. Let the video record it. Turn it on, or have something automatic on the camera. But you definitely have to enjoy the event with the naked eye, for sure. So you really don't need all that camera equipment. It detracts a lot unless you're really doing the scientific studies with it, for sure. And there's all sorts of things you could do during eclipses. All right. So thanks for that, John. I'm going to call on Ed, W6RDZ. Hopefully we can get through the rocket report tonight, and then the Q&A a little bit later on. W6RDZ, good evening to you, Ed. Are you ready for the rocket report? Go ahead.
Good evening, Bernice, and good evening to everyone on the net. This is Rocket Man Ed, W6RDZ, ready to rocket and roll with the rocket report for today. All right, we're going to look back a week to the 11th and forward to the 25th. I'm going to just ask Bernice, how is my analog transmission here reaching you?
You're doing fine, Ed. No problems. I don't know what was going on earlier, but it seems like that has cleared up. I haven't switched it back over to digital yet, but please go ahead. This is KI0AR Net Control for the Colorado Astronomy Net.
All right, Bernice, that's great news. Good that all the digital folks can hear us too. Hope it's all fixed up. All right, I'm just going to launch in with the launches. Tuesday, August 11th, right after the net at 22:46 Mountain Daylight Time, SpaceX launched Starlink Group 17-49 from Slick 4E, Vandenberg Space Force Base, California. Another batch of 24 Starlink high-speed internet satellites went to constellation and low Earth orbit. It was SpaceX's 695th successful mission. That brings us to the second launch on Saturday, August 15th at 1912 Mountain Daylight Time. SpaceX launched Global Star 2-R Mission 1 on a Falcon 9 departing Slick 40, Cape Canaveral, Florida. The Global Star Global Mobile Communication Network offers global, digital, and fax via constellation of many satellites operating in 1,410-kilometer orbit. Third launch, SpaceX set another record. Just 38 minutes later than the previous launch there that was heading out of Cape Canaveral on the same Saturday. At 1950, SpaceX successfully launched the U.S. Space Force -366 mission on a Falcon 9 rocket launching from Slick 4E, Vandenberg Space. Reset the repeater there. RDZ, back with the rocket report for the Colorado Astronomy Net. Yeah, that's just 38-minute gap, one launch off the East Coast, the second off the West Coast, between Falcon 9 launches is a new record. It surpasses the old record by 27 minutes. USSF-366 is a classified mission for the U.S. Space Force, possibly another batch of SpaceX Starshield military communication satellites going to low Earth orbit. It was booster B-1088's 18th trip to space and back. That brings us to our fourth launch on Saturday, August 15th at 22:10 Mountain Daylight Time. China Aerospace and Science Corporation, CASIC, they launched SatNet LEO Group 24 atop a Long March 12 rocket departing LC-2 at Wenchang Space Launch Center. 9 more satellites join the Chinese communications constellation. Sunday, August 16th at 21:02, China launched the Satellite for Earth Observation, or SEO, for the United Arab Emirates. They launched that on a Long March 12 rocket from Taiwan Satellite Launch Center, China. The single payload was delivered to sun-synchronous orbit. And this just in, about 2.5 hours ago, well, maybe 2 now, China, we'll reset the repeater there. W6RDZ back with tonight's rocket report for the Colorado Astronomy Net. Yeah, 3 hours ago, China successfully lands its first booster on land. They landed one caught by wires in the ocean, but this is their first landing on land. It was quite impressive. This afternoon, Tuesday, August 18th at 17:35 Mountain Daylight Time, China's land space successfully launched Flight 2 of Land Space's new ZQ-3 rocket, and they landed it at the landing site. ZQ-3 is a Falcon 9-inspired first-stage booster reusable medium-lift launch vehicle. The ZQ-3's maiden flight took place back on December 2nd of 2025, and the payload successfully reached orbit, but the first stage booster crashed near the landing site. So this is a big one for China. They're getting their Falcon 9s here. All right, that brings us to next week's launches, for which there are also 6. Tonight, August 18th at 21 Mountain Standard Time. Mountain Daylight Time. Expect SpaceX to launch Starlink Group 17-50 from Slick 4E at Vandenberg Space Force Base, California. The second launch coming up Thursday, August 20th at 09:19 Mountain Daylight Time. Look for SpaceX to launch Starlink Group 10-39 on a Falcon 9 departing Slick 40 Cape Canaveral. And then on Saturday, August 22nd at daylight time, we need to reset our repeater. All right, again on Saturday, 1:25 in the morning, SpaceX is scheduled to launch Starlink Group 15-20 from Vandenberg Space Force Base, California. Fourth launch, Sunday, August 23rd at 1800 Mountain Daylight Time. Expect China's CASIC to launch the Chang'e 7 lunar lander mission on a Long March 5 rocket from LC-101 at the Wenchang Space Launch Site. This lunar mission includes the launch of an orbiter, a lander, a mini hopping probe, and a rover. The mission will land in the South Pole region of the moon, exploring and looking for ice and water. This should be the 200th orbital launch of 2026. Then on Monday, August 24th, at 23:49 Mountain Daylight Time, SpaceX is on the docket to launch Starlink Group 1049 from Slick 40 Cape Canaveral. And rounding it out, Tuesday, August 25th at 03:42 Mountain Daylight Time, SpaceX is planning to launch Starlink Group 15-22 from Vandenberg Space Force Base, California. All right, that brings us up to this week's space news. Again, many of these are recapped from the following 2 weeks. Number one, there's been very little news this week on the recovery of Starship 40. The recovery crews appear to have towed Ship 40 near shore at Christmas Island. That's between Malaysia waters. And W6RDZ, we're going to reset the repeaters. W6RDZ, back to report. First news item, we're talking about Ship 40 still being afloat after landing in the Indian Ocean. So they made it over to Christmas Island into calmer waters near shore. SpaceX engineers are now analyzing the vehicle in calmer waters before attempting to return it to Starbase. All right. Second, this is an update on the Swift Boost mission. We reported they stopped the spinning last week, and Dave updated us, that's KF0KF, that they downloaded software. So we're just recapping that. Catalyst Space successfully uploaded a flight software updated for its Link spacecraft, which reestablished control over the rescue booster. Swift is a doomed gamma-ray orbital telescope which will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere soon, if not reboosted to a higher orbit by the Link rescue spacecraft. The Link rescue craft began spinning out of control shortly after deploying to orbit. Catalyst reports the Catalyst team successfully uploaded a flight software update with new attitude controllers, which incorporated the remaining actuators in an updated control scheme to boost NASA's Neil Swift Observatory to a higher orbit. The software updates new attitude control algorithm Link stability using the spacecraft's remaining actuators. Reset. W6RDZ back with the rocket report talking about the Swift Boost mission. The spin has been canceled and they now have regained control. We expect the updated configuration to support rendezvous operations in the next phase of the mission. Attempt to capture and boost NASA's Neil Swift Observatory. Catalyst is now focused on performing a series of burns and maneuvers to adjust Link's orbit relative to Swift over the coming days. Adapting to changing conditions is necessary due to the accelerated timeline for the mission. We are moving carefully and deliberately, assessing Link's performance at each phase. The team's work over the last several days has positioned Link to continue its approach to Swift for the next phase of the mission. That's great news for that plucky little mission. Really, that's one of my favorite missions ongoing right now. So we'll watch that one closely. All right, that brings us to the third item, Starship 14 update. Preparations are well underway for the launch of Starship Flight 14 at Starbase, Texas. Word on the pad is the launch will slip into next month. Flight 14 will be the first orbital flight of Starship and the first tower catch of a ship. The word is that SpaceX will also attempt to catch the booster back at Starbase 2, that on the same pad, Pad 2, that the ship will land on later. Excitement is guaranteed. Repeater? DZ back with the Colorado Astronomy Net rocket report. Fourth item on our news list, ISS spacewalks, EVA 97, NASA astronaut Neil Menon and European Space Agency astronaut Sophia Adnock went outside the ISS this morning and, to coin a ham phrase, climbed the tower. That to replace the space-to-ground antenna on the orbital complex. The antenna is a critical communication system NASA uses to transmit high-speed data communications between Mission Control Center in Houston and the Space Center. This is Sophia's first spacewalk and is the first spacewalk for a French female astronaut. And just got this update in at the last minute. The crew managed to remove the old antenna, but ran out of time to replace it. I'm wondering maybe they can use the ham antenna in the meantime. All right. Last here, we look for the next spacewalk. I was scheduled on the 25th. I don't know if that'll change. They may need another spacewalk to finish installing the antenna. All right, fifth and last item. Yes, the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope is on track for a historic launch on a Falcon Heavy rocket on Sunday, August 30th. Not next Sunday, but the Sunday after. The Roman telescope is a wide-field Hubble replacement. It'll do in 1 month what it would take Hubble over a W6RGZ. I'm going to have to reset one more time. All right, everybody, that's it for tonight's Colorado Astronomy Net's Rocket Report. This is W6RDZ, Rocket Man Ed, wishing you a good night and nominal flight. Now, back to Starman Burness, KI0AR, Capcom Mission Control for the Colorado Astronomy Net.
Okay, thanks for that, Ed. Yeah, we're running a little late tonight. But definitely appreciate you passing along all of that information tonight, so appreciate that. This is KI0AR Net Control for the Colorado Astronomy Net. Let's see, I'll go ahead and pause here to see if there are any more check-ins. I didn't see any more check-ins over on YouTube or let's see, over on, yeah, we do have one over on NetLogger. We got Mark, KT8FTB. Thanks for checking in tonight, Mark. Anybody else wishing to check into tonight's Colorado Astronomy Net, please call with your call sign phonetically twice.
Kilo Foxtrot 0 Zulu Mike Victor. Kilo Foxtrot 0 Zulu Mike Victor.
November X-ray 1 Victor. November X-ray 1 Victor.
Kilo 7 Mike Lima India. Kilo 7 Mike
Kilo Juliet 7, Quebec Golf Foxtrot. Kilo Juliet 7, Quebec Golf Foxtrot.
I'll give you an RF check, and I did hear you, I think, mention my name, KC8FQE, Mark in Ohio. Aurora, Ohio, that would be.
November 6, Quebec Delta Yankee. November 6, Quebec Delta Yankee, David in El Dorado Hills, Io.
WE8M, Whiskey Echo 8 Mike, in and out.
Okay, we got Mark. I got you on the list. KC8FQV. Thanks for checking in tonight, Marcus. KF0ZMV. Thanks for checking in tonight. That's a new call, so welcome to the Colorado Astronomy Net. I'm going to get back with you in just a sec. We got Jeff NX1B in Durango. Thanks for checking in tonight, Jeff. You're also a new call on the list, so thanks for that. I'll get back with you in just a sec too. Vic. K7MLI, thanks for checking in tonight. Susan, KJ7QGF, thanks for checking in tonight. David in California, N6QTY, another new call on the list, so thanks for that. I'll get you back with you in just a sec. David, WE8M, thanks for checking in tonight. New calls. I always like to touch base with my new call signs on the list and find out a little bit about your background interest in astronomy while I have you here. We got a long list tonight, and I'm going to have to rapid fire talking to everybody. You've caught the tail end of the Colorado Astronomy Net. We start at 7 p.m. Mountain Time on Tuesday evening, but hopefully you've been listening in, and I do appreciate you waiting. We had some technical difficulties to start off earlier. But what I like to do, introduce myself. My name is Ernest. That's Bravo, Uniform Romeo, November Echo, Sierra Sierra, call sign Kilowatt India 0, Alpha Romeo. Been doing the net for 30 years, a little over. So we've got quite a following here. We've got all levels of experience, those that are just starting out, those that are doing it for decades or even longer than I have. Different interests, different talents as well, from those that are just learning to those that could teach me a few tricks or two, for sure. But Marcus, welcome to the net. KF0ZMB, if you could tell us a little bit about your background interest in astronomy, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I've just been listening for a while. This is the first time I've been able to join because I just got my technician license this week, so I'm excited to be on the air. And I'm just generally interested in all things science, especially astrophysics and astronomy, anything to do with that. So just lots of general interest. I'm one of those guys that has a lot of hobbies, and this is a few all wrapped into one, which I love. So I really appreciate the net, and I enjoy listening. KF0ZB.
W8WKY.
Okay, Marcus, welcome to the net. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're all in learning mode, and I learn something new every time I get the net, and I've been doing that for 30 years, so there you go. I understand. Yeah, exactly. And that's one reason I started the net was to combine my love of astronomy along with amateur radio and share that with everybody else. And it seems to work. We got some astrophotographers, so we throw in some photography and camera work, and you got several hobbies there. Computers, you can go hog wild with some of the computer analysis and citizen science stuff with astronomy as well. So talk a little bit about that. Not much, but a little bit every now and then. But again, welcome. Same question to you, Jeff. NX1V. Welcome to the Colorado Astronomy Net. Tell us a little bit about your background, interest in astronomy. Go ahead.
That key up wasn't me, that was someone else. This is NX1B, Jeff. Let's see. In the past, I have hosted the star parties at Mesa Verde National Park, Chimney Rock National Monument, 2 years at the Durango Nature Center, 3 years before that, or before any of those things, informally as a club in Durango. We've gone up and done star parties at Andrews Lake, which is up at 11,000 feet near Silverton. The Durango Astronomical Society is my Facebook group with 600 members. I run mostly Dobbs because I have an Orion 10-inch and a 12-inch and a Meade 6-inch Cassegrain. I have done astrophotography, but only through camera lens, tracked but not guided, just mechanical trackers, which work pretty well up to about 60 seconds if I get them all aligned. So larger objects, M31, Pleiades, that kind of thing, nothing smaller than that. I love the hobby, but I kind of burned out on it a couple of years ago when this last new moon cycle, my scope was sitting there looking at me, and I looked back at it. I didn't take it out this past weekend. I wish I had.
All right, Jeff, fine business. It sounds like I could learn a thing or two from you for sure. Yeah, well, I used to volunteer with the museum, and we'd have star parties down there for years, and yeah, I can understand sometimes the burnout. I was not in shape to go out this weekend. Unfortunately, I was recovering from procedure on Thursday, and you know, I don't know why people do drugs, because fentanyl and Dilaudid left my head fuzzy for like 3 days. But yeah, I just don't understand that. But anyway, yeah, neat that you got out to some dark sky areas for sure. Yeah, that makes me jealous. All right, but definitely welcome to the net for sure, and your experience and expertise would be appreciated here on the net, I'm sure. So again, welcome. The other new call, David in California, N6QDY. Good evening to you, David. Welcome to the Colorado Astronomy Net. Tell us a little bit about your interest, background in astronomy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on my evening walk, so I might lose the repeater. I live in El Dorado Hills, but my mailing address says Sacramento, California. So just in case. No, nothing specific. Everything's superficial. I'm looking forward to learning. I think anything that I've done before is basically visited the Lick Observatory up in Mount Hamilton, and then hearing a lot about Starlinks going up into the air, and I've yet to see the string of pearls. I'm looking forward to that, and I don't know if it's something that I'll see over here. I'm currently in Folsom, California, walking, but I'll be making my way back to El Dorado Hills. But anyway, nothing specific. Enjoy listening. I've been hooking up the repeater to this regularly, so that's about it. Back to net control, N6QDY, and I'll be monitoring.
All right, David. Welcome. Let's see this. Lost my pictures. Welcome to the net. I do appreciate you checking in tonight, and thanks for letting us tag along on your walk with you tonight. You may want to check out this particular website, heavens-above.com, and they do have some of the Starlink pass information on that website. I have seen a couple of those trains going across the skies. One was totally accidental. It was on my evening walk several years ago. And my buddy and I saw that going across the skies, and we figured that's exactly what it was. I've seen a couple of others as well, but you may want to check that out and see when they will be observable over your particular area. Again, welcome to the net. This is KI0AR net control for the Colorado Astronomy Net. Right now, I'm still recovering from my, all I can say is anybody that's older than me or younger than me, hydrate, hydrate, and hydrate. Kidney stones are no fun. I had several of them removed Thursday. I'm doing fine, recovering well. Finally got over the fuzzy head from the painkillers, but definitely stay healthy, stay hydrated, and take care of yourself that way as well. Getting old is not for the faint of heart, to say the least. We are so close to the top of the hour. We got a long list. I do appreciate everybody. We had about 20 minutes of technical difficulties at the beginning with our digital side. It was dropping in and out. It seemed to have settled down, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the net for anybody with, I'm just going to open it up to everybody all at once. So be patient. Don't all shout at once if you've got a comment. That'll make it a little easier on me. So any last-minute questions, comments, anything you'd like to pass along to the net, now's the time to do it. In just a second, let this thing reset. All right, we did have a question posed by Craig, K0BIT over on YouTube. Let's see, I asked for questions earlier, and he asked he just got a new 10-inch Dobsonian made by a club in Huntsville, and he was not sure how to clean it inside out. And my answer, the short answer was carefully. And yeah, he looked at the optics. It's dirty. Probably go inside the tube. With the Swiffers. Those Swiffer things will suck up dust and cobwebs pretty quickly. That's probably the best way to do the inside. Be careful. You've got to take out the main optics and clean them with mild soap. Dawn detergent, mild soap. Use your fingers. Very, very lightly over that mirror or over the lenses. And then distilled water is very important to use distilled water to rinse that off. That way you're not leaving any of the chemicals that are in the current tap water or anything like that, mineral water. You don't want any spots or anything like that. And it's dab it off very gently with pure cotton balls. There's YouTube videos on that as well. And then remember how you took it apart. You got to put it back just the other way. And then you've got to learn how to recollimate the mirror and the lenses. All available YouTube videos on doing that. We could spend a whole evening talking about that, and I'm sure we'd have quite a few people helping out with that as well. So hopefully that will get you started there, Craig, and appreciate the question over there on YouTube. Let's see. Okay, Steve, we got you on the list. Let me get you there. Okay. My cursor's going crazy. All right, there we go. Let's see. I think, David, I got you. W8M. Moy, N5VIQ, thanks for checking in tonight. Steve, KF6BAY, thanks for checking in tonight as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just flat out open up the net for anybody else. Questions, comments, late check-ins. If you are a late check-in, please call with your call sign phonetically closed. Anybody else? Questions, comments, late check-ins? Please call now.
Alpha Foxtrot 0, Alpha Sierra, Dave, late check-in.
Charlie 8 Golf
Kilo 2 India November Golf K2ING, Matt from New Jersey, late check-in.
Okay, nice double. I got alphabet soup with that. I did catch New Jersey. New Jersey station, if you can come back with your call, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead.
Kilo 2 India November Golf K2ING, Pat from New Jersey. Just checking in late.
Matt, welcome to the Colorado Astronomy Net. I'm going to come back to you in just a sec. K2ING, thanks for checking in tonight. The other station that doubled with Pat, if you could call again with your call sign and go ahead.
Kilo Charlie 8 Golf Whiskey KC8GW, late check-in. Thanks for being here. No traffic.
GW, thanks for checking in tonight. Pat, my name is Bernice. That's Bravo Uniform Romeo November Echo Sierra Sierra. Call sign Kilowatt India 0 Alpha Romeo. You've caught the tail end of the Colorado Astronomy Net. We meet at 7 p.m. Mountain Time on Tuesday evenings on the SkyHub Link system of repeaters. So I do appreciate. And you're probably checking through Allstar or Echolink or who knows, a repeater out there that's connected up to our system. So I do appreciate that. So I always like to touch base with my new time check-ins, find out what your interest, background in astronomy is, whether you're starting out, you've been doing it for decades, or somewhere in between. Please share with us, Pat. K2ING, go ahead.
Well, glad to be here. I'm going to make it a regular now on Tuesday nights, I can tell you that much. Ironically, I'm actually checking in. Yes, I'm on Allstar, but I'm checking in through an Alaska repeater. So that's interesting. I landed in Colorado going through an Alaska repeater. But obviously the hobby's good. I got a general license. I worked on that for the last 3 months. Went from technician to general as quick as I could, and I'm part of a bunch of clubs out here, working it and enjoying the hobby as best as I can. I got 30 years in the IBEW as an electrician, communications worker. Facing that retirement, and just glad to have this going. Thanks again, and I definitely will be on more on Tuesday nights. K2ING.
All right, Pat. Again, welcome to the Colorado Astronomy Net. I'm also on YouTube, so I've got a whole bunch of broadcasts on YouTube that you can check out. Been doing that for a year now. Skyhub Link for over 3, and on the air for over 30. We had some technical difficulties earlier this evening, so we're running kind of late. I'm going to make one more call. I do appreciate everybody hanging around that can. Go ahead and make one more call. Anybody that's got any questions, comments, or late check-ins, please call KI0AR now.
At 0, 0, Dave, let's check.
All right, Dave. Yeah, apologies. I got you on the list. AS0AS. Thanks for checking in tonight. All right. I do apologize that I'm not going down to talk with every single person tonight. Running late, and I am just a reminder, this net meets every Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. That's 0100 Zulu on Wednesdays. All right, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the net. I do appreciate everybody sticking around. I do appreciate everybody checking in over on Allstar earlier and hanging around and working through the difficulties. This is amateur radio. This is an extremely complicated system that we've got worked up through Skyhub here, so that we can get New Jersey going to Alaska, coming back to Colorado. Links like that, links to New Zealand and Scotland and all the way around the world. So I do appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the net for this evening. I'd like to thank the 30 check-ins for checking in tonight. Hopefully we'll hear from everybody next Tuesday night for another session of the Colorado Astronomy Net at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. I'd like to thank the Rocky Mountain Radio League for the use of their repeater system. We're out there eating on that tonight, so thanks for that for sure as our backup system. I'd like to thank the Skyhub Link group for all of their links and the system and their support that they provide to the Colorado Astronomy Net. Please check out skyhublink.com, skyhublink.com for more information and for other nets that are hosted on our system as well. With that, I will say 73 and keep looking up. This is KI0AR. I'm clear.
W8WKY.
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 W8WKY. Repeater PL1 14.8. W8WKY.